Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am down to crypto TA. All right, Bitcoin getting a little bit of a correction here from the over the weekend pump that we got here, to be expected. We did manage to break this momentum trend line here, and we just pushed up into our next momentum trend line. So we can see that Bitcoin price action is, I would say, expanding towards momentum highs in here. All right, so we're at a point right now where we do want to see our low in here held. Actually want to respect this. Want to respect this right here. It's about 107,290. We can hold that. Then we will continue to hold the neutral zone here for the 4-hour time frame. We break that, then we're out of neutral and we're in weakness. So over on the 15-minute time frame, just skip back here. We're holding the highs from here, the highs from this zone right here. We haven't taken any of the liquidity down through here, or we got this this bounce from right here. We are in relative weakness right now on the RSI, but that is okay. We're sitting more towards the closer side of moving into neutral from here than anything. So we could actually see price action get a bounce from this level right here. So I will hold out on getting a little bit too bearish. We rejected up here from our weekly level as well. So I don't have the 4-hour or the one particular daily level that I had on here. I don't have those on right now. Since our swings are getting a little bit wider, I've only really been focusing on the weekly levels throughout here. What we looked at back here on Friday, I wasn't able to stream yesterday. There were some issues with the Amazon Web Service, so I wasn't able to go live yesterday morning around 5. It ended up clearing up probably around about 6:37, something like that, for the most part. But it was just a little bit too late for me to want to jump on the stream, so I didn't. I know a lot of your other favorite YouTubers are streaming around that time, so I just chilled. Didn't have a lot to update on yesterday, really. Everything that was shown on my chart on Friday was the same thing on my chart yesterday and today. But this is what we were looking at Friday, and this is as we were coming down through here. I had actually put the tweet out before streaming that day, just stating that I could see that the accumulation was starting in here for Bitcoin. 1 and 4-hour finally was showing that some accumulation was happening. We got the bullish divergence through here. We got the push up, and then we got the back test in here, and off it went. So I'm gonna delete that now. So you managed to catch a good ride up on Bitcoin if you did tune in on Friday and watched live, or went back. If you watched the live, you got a chance to catch a nice little swing up here on Bitcoin price action. But again, we're looking to hold in here. We can hold here, really preferably. I don't want to. I mean, we could sweep these lows, but it would have to be like a quick reaction. Otherwise, it's not as favorable in my opinion. I'll push out here on price action. We do have a squeeze here on this 15-minute time frame as well. The squeeze would be for a break to the upside. Just gotta hold through here, really. That's also going to be, let me just push that back. That's also going to be your 50% retracement right there. The golden pocket is just below. Not interested in golden pocket. Let me just make that clear. Really want to see it hold closer to this 50 than anything. It would have to absolutely be like the quickest reaction if it drops down here into the golden pocket. Because it'd be no bueno. Again, like I said, you'd be in relative weakness on the 4-hour if we lose here. I'll just leave that on for now. Push back out. You can see it a little bit clearer in here. What we're attempting to hold across through here. All of this is really a good zone. through here. I think I checked the 1 hour. Let me see what we're looking like. Yeah, I'm still trying to hold. Actually, we're in the relative weakness on the 1 hour as well, but we're looking to hold right here for another push back up. Yeah. Nothing has changed in here. If I do put on those, actually I have it blocked from this time frame. If I put on the 4 hour zone, you can see what we hit again on Friday. It's just the top side of our support level here off of that daily. Coming into that zone again here for the 4 hour. Not really focusing on these too much. All right, so here, you know that we're in an ascending broadening formation here with the higher highs, higher lows, widening volatility. I have those lines turned off right now. And of course, you know, this right here, where we've been topping out across here, has been our macro trend line, which, you know, I don't know, about 7 years old or something like that at this point, possibly. But I've just added some momentum lines in here so we can see how we're moving with the momentum. I remember this initial break back in here. I just dropped this one in here because if we do lose this momentum right here, then chances are we're coming down here. I really wouldn't. I don't know that I would bank on the 100 too much. I know that that was a level that I was interested in, but if we didn't reclaim back above this momentum line right here after breaking it, then we'd be down here on the golden pocket in here around 94. We do still have that gap down through here, and this is the lower trend line here for the ascending wedge. So that will bring us down here around the golden pocket. I'm at the 786 in here. So we can hold here, we're good. Another thing that I was noticing over here on this weekly time frame as well is that we tend to see some sort of a local low get put in when we flip into yellow. So after we flip into yellow, we do want to flip back, and we want to flip up to gray again, but it tends to happen somewhere down here where it's yellow. And you can see back over here when it was yellow, and this is your money flow. Back over here, you can see where it flipped into gray right here, and that started our move up. And typically, when it's green, you start to see a pullback. And the green was the only thing that we had focused on at the time of making our highs. I discussed that a few times here on the channel, but never when we get down here into the yellow. But yeah, when we're down here in yellow, we tend to be bottoming. And we can expect some sort of a reversal to take place. It doesn't happen immediately when you flip into yellow, but that's why I'm saying waiting on the gray is going to be the signal for me. But I know that we're near some sort of a bottoming structure here for the weekly time frame, unless we're about to go red, and that means that we drop a lot lower. But yeah, and you can see over here again, we get into the yellow. So I'm saying, like, we don't want to just take it just because it's yellow. You want to wait for the gray to kick in, and gray kicks in here. We got a spring behind that, as you can see, which is fine. It's just a spring, so just a better entry, but nonetheless, it was on point. And then if I push out here, and this is where we were. We did yellow and then went to red. So that's what I'm saying, unless it's going to go into red, and then we'll be looking for lower. But it's typically going to be somewhere down here around the yellow. Again, you can see it over here. So we're close to some sort of a resolution, whether it be just continuing to hold this momentum line in here, or if we have to drop in a little bit more. We have to drop in a little bit more. I didn't see too much down here. We're just under the 50% here on the RSI. We do have trend regression lines down through here. We do have those. So can probably also do a measure move off of this head and shoulders here for the RSI. We do have a nice trend regression line through here that we can look for as well. Look at it as well. Of course, money flow was going out when we made that high, and I did point out that we had the weak high. 4 hours is going to be really interesting because the 4 hours is what's going to give us that that confirmation we're looking for at the moment. It's going to be that 4 hour once again. All right, I can see that we're pushing back up, and this time we might actually be pushing into the neutral zone on that 15-minute time frame. So looking pretty decent in here. I've seen a lot of bearish videos come out, and I can understand that. We need to pause for a sec. We knew we weren't just gonna keep pushing up. We knew that. I see a lot of videos coming out about the rotation from gold into Bitcoin as well. I got a new segment here on the Coin King channel, which is called Take 5. It's a 5-minute breakdown of a single chart. It's kind of giving insight. So we played out really good on that gold chart. Looks like we may be double topping on that 4 hour on gold. So I'm gonna take a look at that chart as well here in just a sec. See if this squeeze is about to push us up. I did take a long position here. Just so you know, I took a long. It was a perfect spot to get risk on, in my opinion. So we're looking for this neckline to get broken off this double bottom right here. Okay, so we're somewhere around, let's see about that squeeze I'm talking about here. So you can see right here. All right, and so we're around this 20 SMA right now. We are squeezing. And let me just say contracting at this point, because these are not turned in like a claw at the moment. And then of course you can see how if we do start to expand, it's, price action tells us to, it will be with the break above this high. W break. And MACD at the moment is above its signal line. So, I mean, that's a perk as well. We would end up putting in bull divs if we did close below this low right here, this body. We would start putting in some bullish divergence. We had some slight bull divs in here between this between here and here. We did have some slight bullish divvy in here, and that got us started, but it didn't push us into the neutral zone. But that did get us started. So again, if we close below here, we're going to have bullish divergence on the 15-minute again. So maybe the sweep of those lows, but it have to be a sweep and a recovery. Otherwise, be cutting some losses. And I am seeing this low rise in here, indicating. I mean, I already know that we're in weakness right now here on this 15-minute time frame. We haven't crossed into neutral just yet, so it's just reconfirming that a little bit of weakness still in here with that rise right there. But if anything, it'll be a weak low with bullish divergence. Okay. We'll take a look at gold while we're sitting here waiting on that. I'm still going to hold that long for now, unless it looks like we're doing something different. I'm holding that long. Gold. All right. So you got a head and shoulders here on gold. I did notice that last night, especially when we swept the high. We swept the high across here, just barely taking out that point there. So in the video, one thing that I was explaining, and let me turn this one on here. We're at the golden pocket 786 in here. So we had the inverse head and shoulders in here, and when we opened up on Sunday, we started to go sideways. But anyway, we kept hitting a flat top in here. So then I could see the higher lows throughout here. The flat top, ascending triangle. Here we got the break to the upside, and we went ahead and fulfilled what I was looking at, because we were looking at the target here for the golden pocket. And I said to you, if you get past the golden pocket, then chances are that price is going to come back up here to the highs and potentially continue to push up from there. Had the potential to do that anyway. But we stopped out here after taking this high. So it's the first time you really have a double top on the 4-hour time frame, and it head and shoulders here on the 15-minute time frame, and you broke all the momentum levels throughout here. So kind of like what I'm watching right now for Bitcoin. It looks like this. We're looking at the weekly a little bit different when we're looking at the 4-hour. So yeah, each point where we started to break the momentum through here, and then this was like your biggest gap right through here. Probably could have dropped one in here. It's pointless to do that, but yeah, your biggest gap through here. Within the golden pocket 786. So right now, hasn't violated this low down here just yet. We're more than likely underneath the tap back into the 26. That's another thing from the video too, is price tends to trade above this 10 in here, and that's pretty much going to be like where you're above your standard deviation 1 when you're above 10. That's what that's going to be. So it tends to ride above that. You can also look at this, but you get a little bit more volatility looking at the 5. So 10 and tends to bounce off of the 26. So you can see how that reaction is coming in off the 26. My whole thing is it's not a reason to get overly bearish just yet. Now we do have this double top in here. So yeah, if we start to really lose this, like we could have assumed that was happening in here, because that was the most it actually did, messing with the 26 in here, because beforehand it wasn't doing that much. Not throughout this leg up here. Yeah, you weren't getting all that throughout this leg up. So this was probably about the most that it did right there. But if it breaks below this 26 and it doesn't manage to reclaim it, and it starts getting a little bit closer to here, I mean, it's a done data. Okay, that's over. That will be over, and we'll be breaking the market structure here on the 4-hour time frame. Likely still in between standard deviation 1 and 2. Let's see on the, yeah, you're still in it right now. So on a move down here for gold, your behavior is going to change when you start breaking below this. You can see how nice and clean the move has been through here, with this one exception, because you got to have some sort of a pivot somewhere. You got to have something to connect the line to, you know. So that's cool right there. But you can see how well rounded it has been through here. And again, like I said, this is basically going to be your 10 EMA. That's what you'd be looking at with your standard deviation one on your Bollinger Band. Pretty much a 10 EMA. A little something if you didn't know that. And you can see how the 20 SMA runs up through the bottom side of this trend line right here for the ascendant broadening formation with the, like I said, higher highs, higher lows, and widening volatility. So you lose that, then you know you'd be looking somewhere down in here. Yeah, somewhere around 4,000. This is at 4,008 right through here. So yeah, lose that 4206, something like that. Behavior shifting, you lose this in here. Otherwise, it continues up because it's not actually bearish in here at all, but a lot more choppy in here. As you can see, bigger candles and a lot more chop throughout here. You didn't see a lot of that on this move up, but you're seeing it now. So if you were getting risk on, then that would have been your risk on point right there. Holding the momentum line in here, not actually breaking down. But if you lose, another thing that you can look at here with gold too is probably going to be, let me see. Nah. Yeah, you're going to want to see your RSI. You don't want to see your RSI break below 40. Yeah, you're going to want to see that here on your 4 hour. For that real rollover, real rollover, you want to see that. You do want to hold, if you look back at 3 green candles to here, keep holding that momentum right there. That's basically gold right now. Very strong, very strong. The further out you push, like, I mean, look at that. I have tweezer top, which is a double top. Definitely could close with this tweezer top, that double top. So, it will be a long drop. I just want to show you your confluence with your 10 EMA and your standard deviation as well. So let me see here. Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? So if I turn off the EMAs, so you can see that. That's basically all you're looking at. It's funny how indicators are pretty much the same. So you're looking at your standard deviation 1 right here, and then you're looking at your 20 SMA right here. So your mean for your Bollinger is going to be that right there. Really weird. The only reason why I like the Bollinger Band over the EMA at times is because you get this extra line, which could probably, you can say that's your 5. You can say that's your 5 EMA, really. But very deviated above here. So we'll be wanting to see that come back in. I'll put this on a line chart. You would want to see that come back in here. Right now, peak euphoria, well outside of standard deviation 2 here. So I want to see that come back down and interact in here. You haven't had that before either, so that's another change of behavior. So you have all the change of behavior stuff you need to see for the gold chart to be like, yeah, possible rotation in the Bitcoin. However that's going to work, I don't even think this is turned up yet. So this is still pointing down at the moment. You would want to see this turn up. Right now it is still down. That'll probably happen once gold comes back to this standard deviation 2. Once it does that, you'll probably see the low in here turn up. And generally when you see the low turn up on your Bollinger Band, that's starting to show you where rotation can be happening from up to down. So pending correction. All right, let me go back to Bitcoin for here. I'm going to get into Ethereum a little bit, Solana, BNB, your tops, USD dominance. So where we're at with that. So if we were looking at momentum in here, we'll be doing something like this. And this is why moving averages are a lot easier, because you don't have to, let's set this one on here. You don't have to continuously draw lines. You just use those. Looks less cluttered too. Yeah, I suppose it's safe to say that we actually did break momentum, because if I'd have had to put that here, we would have just been chopping that line. And this is probably the 10 EMA right here. Gotten a lot more used to using those now. Before, I didn't really care for them. But I have gotten better at wanting to use them. Okay, so those are going sideways. Just take a look at Ethereum real quick before I do switch over to that chart. I'm only going to use the 4 hour. Just fix some things in here. Well, we're waiting on Bitcoin to break into that neutral zone and possibly push up higher. Like I said, can't be bearish on that 4 hour just yet, not in my opinion. Can't be bearish on that 4 hour. Unless it was losing that. But if I got that straightened out. I want to have straightened out. But if I was reading the price action behind the candle, when I look right here, you see that yellow signal line right there? That's everything to me, especially when it's down here in red. That's everything to me. From here, I look forward to push all the way up here in the green. That's what I'm used to seeing happen. Maybe it stalls out around 50, who knows? But that is something that I am used to seeing happen. So it will actually have to literally it just has to lose this. Then it loses that, and then I'm bearish. Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, I'm looking for more of them push up in here, push higher. And even at that point, again, I wouldn't expect too much. Like I said, we are starting to show that we could be at a point where we um, see a bigger move up just based off of the weekly. Now look at the daily. Now I can say here that we are a little bit negative here on the MACD, a little negative there. We did get a rise up through here. You know how I feel about the rises in here. Typically lead to some sort of a sell-off, but it's still gonna have to break that first. I don't have to in. I'm coming from here and I'm going up. Then once I get in green, I'm looking for it to come down. Once I'm in red, I'm looking for it to go up. In green, I'm looking for it to come down. Alright, let me see, because we're a little slow right there, and we're already 35 minutes into the stream. Take a look over here at Ethereum. Let me turn off some noise. Let me see if I need that noise. No, I don't. Alright, so ETH basically back at the support level in here. And again, I have the ones that are dashed out. It's just going to be your newer zones from your daily. But just back here, 382 support level in here. Still respectable. Higher lows. You do have lower highs, obviously, but higher lows as well. So some sort of a triangle we know is being formed in here. Let's see. I was trying to see if I had to add anything or do anything different in here. I don't think so. is starting to break. Starting to break below neutrality in here for Ethereum. But even if ETH came back down here and just didn't take out this low, that'd be good. Even if it did that, but it is starting to break neutrality right now. So I can see that anything beyond this level right here, because you can see how the momentum bar is popping out right here. Anything below this point right here, or maybe up just ever so slightly up. That's when you're really out of neutrality and you're going into relative weakness on your RSI, which can give you a push down here, back into here. But you just want to see that hole. If we drop trend line across here, maybe that holds, maybe, or it does push it. I'm just checking that line. Maybe it can hold that instead of making its way all the way down here to the low. So you can look for that if this does continue to push down. Here. Let me just see what that was. I'll try it like this first. Just trying to see how things went. Yeah, just there's not one user here. So yeah, that's basically going to be it. Either it holds up through here and doesn't push in any lower, because if it does, then you're going to start to move into weakness, which can ultimately push it back down. See if we can hold here at this trend line. If not, this low here without taking out the low in here, then it's still okay. It will still be okay. And then from there, we'll be looking for the push up and then a break here. Actually holding up better than a lot of other stuff, I have to say. Let's see on the daily. Just did those lows right there. Yeah, I like the daily. Then you just be coming back test this trend line again, which you've broken it 1, 2 times in here. And let me see if the Bollinger's changed at all in here. It's pretty much, yeah, we got a rise and a low. Yeah, I already saw that. So right now, still showing that this is a weak low until it breaks down above the top. Yeah. Lost relative strength in the neutral zone, just sitting above the 50% right here. So yeah, we do want to see this hold. Want to see this hold. Otherwise, no bueno. And apparently I don't have all the levels on in here. Yeah, otherwise I really don't like Ethereum's chart. If it does that. It still didn't show up. Oh, I don't have it on. No, I did. There it is. Let's see. Yeah, maybe back down here towards 34.96 to 33.26. Yeah, totally bypass this level in here, especially if we do lose that. So I would not be looking at 37.25, whatever I have in here. Stretch that out a little bit more. Yeah, I definitely would not be looking to this low. That's for sure. Would not be looking to this low again. I'd be looking down here at the 34.96 to 33.26, and then if we lost that, then I'd be looking down here at 27.31. So it can get kind of crappy here for Ethereum. So we'll take out that low from the infamous, I don't want to say Binance, yeah. Rug pool, centralized exchange rug pool. That's what we will be doing there. Delete this now, broken that. So must hold. These were just the gaps that I noticed on when the exchanges weren't working yesterday with the AWS situation. So I figured they'd come back down, either push up and fill in right here or break down back into these gaps, which is what they did, and went even further. Higher low right now. Let me see what we're looking like over here. All right, this isn't bad. This is actually pretty decent here on the 15-minute time frame. So far it is showing that it's attempting to hold, but if it loses this again, like I said, that's going to mess with your 4 hour. It's going to mess up your daily time frame, and you will be looking lower. So not bad in here right now. Do got a little bit of a rise right there. We'll see what happens if it can actually break here. See if it has a squeeze in here as well. You do have a squeeze right here also. And we'll likely get some bullish divergence if for some reason it attempted that move. It'll have to be quick once again. The same way I'm saying for Bitcoin, it will have to be a quick move. We're still just going sideways for now with Bitcoin. We got Solanza in here, looking a lot like Ethereum in this sense right here, where you have like a triangular formation in here. And probably the same situation down through here. Yeah, loses here, then it actually moves into relative weakness on your RSI. So everything is in the place to be. Want to see it hold up. And that was also the golden pipe 786 for Ethereum as well. See if there's any news. Let me see anything. Of course, we can see we have a sea of red with a few exceptions in here. I'm gonna take a look at Zcash, see how it's doing. I know the last time I looked at it, it did reclaim above the lower trend line from that broad information. So I'll take a look at that and see what that is looking like. Bitcoin's still working it out. And this chain link right here, I did see chain link was getting a rejection from here yesterday. I was a little bit greedy on my entry in here for chain link because I have my limit order set for the weekly level in here. I actually pushed it up to like 1539 instead of 1538. Yeah, 385, 1539. I was a little bit greedy, didn't get filled, and then we got this little bounce in here, which is okay. It hasn't changed anything just yet. After breaking that trend line, I'm pretty sure it's basically the same throughout here as it is with everything else. Yep. We break this candle low right here, then we're in relative weakness here on the channel link chart. We're going to be looking for continuation back down. Or you could just draw out the little ascending triangle, the ascending trend line through here. So all we're really hoping for right now is that we're not taking out lows. That will work. So I want to see Zcash and see what Zcash did since it is up. Right, so that was the thing. On Friday was it had to reclaim back in, and it did that. I was watching this off of a 4-hour, because otherwise, if it didn't, the measure move was going to be down here, which is crazy, but it can happen. It can happen. And so off the daily, it was supposed to be an SFP, which is a 4-hour time frame. So you can see how we dropped and we reclaimed, because this range is based on a daily time frame and not the 4 hours. So the breakdown and the reclaim is the same as the sweep here. The sweep here on the daily time frame. Now we close. Yeah, we did close below. That's right. That was right. We did get a close below it. But anyway, that makes this irrelevant at this point. The same rejection spot, because it is still hitting resistance against Bitcoin too. So I have to reinforce keeping that in mind. I can still use this and just push it over here in case it does break from that point. I'm just gonna put it right here. Doesn't really change it too much. That is a big difference. 92. I'm going to delete these in here. I'll keep this one. So it's not looking bad, but still, again, hitting resistance against Bitcoin nonetheless. Possible double top in here now. Price action is in a neutral zone, so it's not looking as bad as some of the other ones. Definitely not looking as bad as some of the other ones. Put in a bear dip though. You may also choose to move. You may also choose to move your trend line to catch this low in here now instead. So if you did that, something over like that. Let me see what would have happened in here. Yeah, that would have basically stayed the same. Yeah, so you may choose to extend or change your trend line to match this low in here. I'm going to leave mine as is, just an observation. And that also lines up with your momentum line in here too. So once that's gone, then you probably will be entering into relative weakness here for Zcash. Again, I'll be looking down here at this yellow box in here around that 185 to, let's say, down here to 167 potentially. If this is a double top, and then you probably be looking for a neckline break in here. Otherwise, bouncing, just keep knocking its head, but I don't know how it's going to. Yeah, some pretty good resistance through here. And the same remains true when you're looking at it against Bitcoin. Like I said, it's still hitting resistance. Did get the bounce out of the box in here, which was again just this right here, the wicks down through here. It's not a place to go long, in my humble opinion. You got XRP in here, which is still holding, which is sweet. So it's still holding this range in here, this weekly range in here, which is all the way down to 238. Still holding that. So nothing to really update there. Nothing to update here on Litecoin. BNB still dancing around this level in here. Nothing to really update here. I did connect the dot last night on this on the top line in here. I may have had it in here before and deleted it or something. I'm not sure, but anyway, I just put it in there last night. Just say that. So broadening. Be looking for it if it loses that to at least hold through here. If it's not, then I'd be looking here. Once it breaks, yeah. Not really looking too good right now, I have to say. A BNB. Yeah. Still rolling over. Not looking too good. BNB isn't. And so we just kind of hanging out, doing nothing too. I do have my limit orders in here on SUI. I'm actually starting that limit order from here. And then here. And then here. And that's going to be it. If I get it. We still haven't come into any of this in here just yet. So we'll see how that goes. Holding up. It continues to hold in neutrality here, which is okay. Okay for the most part. Money flows at a standstill. Yeah, I'm not touching it again until it comes down into here. Otherwise, what I already bought right here, that's just gonna have to do. That's it. You gotta have standards. All right, still chopping here on Diddy. Nothing. See, still chopping on gold. So it's doing nothing either. I have been sleeping pretty good. I haven't really been in the market too much. Just reading the chart, but not really taking any positions or anything like that. Haven't had a real interest. Not a real interest. USDT dominance didn't really hit anything that I would have been looking at. To be honest, it didn't hit anything that I would have been looking at through here. I would expect it for it to push in a little bit more. Where it bounced from didn't make sense for me, but it did come back into this zone. So I mean that's what I would probably been looking at to say, hey, uh, the reclaimed potential resistance, reclaim what we were using as what we were looking at for resistance. So it might be flipping resistance. Yeah, it didn't really move from someplace I was interested in. I don't see anything here. I don't see anything here. Most certainly, I'm not going to say I was looking at this because I wasn't. It's just not a lot right here. That gives me, that catches my eye. Nothing. Just bounce from there. Hopefully, we do see another rejection in here. I don't want it to come all the way back up here because, that means Bitcoin would not make this move I'm looking at for it to make. Let me see if this time we actually push into this zone. Been dancing around it. We just haven't been going into it for Bitcoin. Um, so I would expect for this to just drop back out. It's really like where it bounced from is just kind of, I don't know, odd in my opinion. But it's not supposed to make sense to me. All right, so we're trying again here with Bitcoin. Again, I am long because this is just a great place to be long if you're gonna long. If you're gonna long, it's a great place to be long. All right, so we crossed into neutral. Cross into neutral. We're breaking the 20. You can tell that because this is gray now and not green. Not less than 9 minutes left on this candle closure to see if we can sustain it. And if we do, we're looking for a push into this trend line right here. Mm-hmm. I don't think a lot of people have really been in the space here lately. I think a lot of people just fed up with it. This doesn't change anything. It's changed where you put your money. Did anybody buy that Beyond Meat? Um, I don't even know what to call it, but I know a lot of people were trying to get in yesterday, but we're having a problem with it. Just the day before, the Coin King mentions it to me. Yeah, I know he did because I talked him into it. It's like buy it. Like this thing is it was like 64 cents at the time when he was talking to me about it. I'm like, just buy it. You know, you don't have to put a lot of money into it because it's risky. I'm like, crap, like you'll throw money on a meme coin, right? A freaking meme coin. This is an actual company. Like we literally have consumed their product. And from time to time I still go in the grocery store and get it. Like I knew that they were in trouble initially um, back when because it was a lot of closeouts on their product in the grocery store. A lot of closeouts. And they were trying to rebrand their product. And one of the I don't even know what the guy does for the company, to be honest with you. I just know a representative from Beyond Meat Company was talking, and he was saying how they needed to do better. And I put all that together, and it was like, yeah, they're in some kind of trouble. But for them to sell off that much, like I didn't know anything about that because I wasn't following their stock price. And he mentions it, and I'm like, buy it, dude. You'll buy a meme coin. Just treat it like it would a meme coin. Don't put a lot on it, but I mean, just a little something. And it has squeezed up quite a bit now. Yeah, those few little minutes didn't work out for us. That's why you have to wait sometimes for the close. But I'm like, take $20. Like, even if it's $20, like that'll turn into extra cash that you can use elsewhere. Just take that, throw it on there. Like you're not gonna miss that. You're not gonna miss that. Like everybody. And this is not financial advice. Take $20. Take 50 if you don't care about 50. Take 100. Just throw it on there. It's like crap. If it just goes back to $20, like you got a lot more than you had for starters. You got a lot more than you had for starters, especially if you picked it up at 65 cents. Come on. I don't know. I think it's sitting somewhere around. It's over $1 now. And it goes still trying to go down. Let me see where that thing is at. BY. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. It's at $1.90 pre-market. So imagine, yeah, it's at a dollar. Look, this thing is at $1.90 pre-market right now. Bitcoin. Oh, yeah. Yeah, at $1.90 pre-market, and imagine right here, 65 cents. You pick this up, like it fell just below 50. Like, how was that gonna? I mean, what is that gonna do to you? All time is what? Let's gonna put this on the monthly chart. Look at what we're sitting at. I'm not saying it's going all the way back up there. I'm not saying that by any means, but shit, like I said, if it just does $50, if it just does that, you still made some money. You still made some money. You got a couple of hundos. Got a couple of hundos. You take that and put it somewhere else. But yeah, shoot, not a bad idea if you ask me. But you don't have to ask me because I just told you. Yeah. I think I might have even tweeted that out the other day. I think I said something about it. No, I said nothing about it. I cannot believe I thought I did. I thought I could sworn I said something about Beyond Meat. Well, it's not showing that I said anything about it. I thought I said something about it. Oh well. Amazon stock price set a make or break. I did tweet out on that a couple of days ago where it was at. Probably, probably bounce from there, and if not there, then there was another little section in that I'd be looking for. Amazon. I bought some yesterday, simply because it was showing bullish divs. I was a little late to the party because I'm looking at the higher time frame, making that decision versus yeah, versus zooming out to the 15-minute time frame. But I did pick up a little bit just because of that bull div. So I still think it has the potential to come down somewhere around 180, 170, something like that. But if it bounces if it continues to push up from here, I won't be mad at it. I know I don't have that chart um, on Amazon, still on Bitcoin, but I'm just saying, yeah, nice bullish divvy there. Electronics. We got earnings coming up. And what looks like a double top, I'm pretty sure this whole tariff situation is hurting Amazon a lot. Sure. This is looking like it wants to take this liquidity from these lows in here. Like I said, that'll give it some bullish divvy. Aside from what we had initially right in here, it kind of scares me for it to do that, but it's what it's starting to look like right now. Like it wants to get into these lows as we continue to push sideways in here in this little low volatility range. Which I will be looking for a weak low. Expecting for this to stay flat, even when if price pushes through it. Want to see it stay flat. If it starts to curve over, then might have some trouble, like how it curves over right here, or right here. Otherwise, it suggests we break up. I recently, hold on, what's his name? I recently started following John Bollinger. It was just a few days ago, actually. I came across his account because it showed up in my notifications, and he talks a lot about crypto. He does quite a bit of analysis on crypto, so it's a good person to follow. John Bollinger, the creator of the Bollinger Band. He was just saying something about yeah, this right here. His take on his bands is um, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, it's not modest. That's not the word I'm looking for. But he doesn't really he doesn't give a lot of credit to his bands with this one with these two sentences right here. He doesn't define it with justice here by just saying Bollinger Bands define high and low on a relative basis. Yeah, that's an understatement. But he was just talking about the W bottom on Ethereum and Solana. And the last time he called the W bottom on them, it got a nice pump. He didn't actually put a caption in here on that one. And I personally, I didn't look at it. I didn't look at what he was talking about. I did see where he made some other nice calls on Bitcoin in here, though. So when I'm talking about the price of any of these coins in here, and I'm referring to your neutral zone and your relative strength and your relative weakness in here. What I'm looking at is I'm looking at basically your 40 and your 30. So if I turn everything else off, I'm just going to minimize those in here. So not really, market is slow right now. So I'm going to turn off 70, I'm going to turn off 30. Don't really care about those too much. I'm just going to make this into a line chart. And instead of the dash, and I'm going to take away all of this other noise in here. I'm going to even take that one away too for now. So what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the fact, hold on. Take away the shading as well. I'm going to take away this, even though I just said we're looking to see if we break below here, that the band stays relatively flat, indicating a weak low, and then of course bullish divvies. We could expect to see some bull divs in here off of this drop down, which I don't really care to have, but that could be the thing. So what I'm looking at again is going to be your 40, your 50, and your 60. Why is this not aligned? That's what I'm looking at. So you can see how this is not pushing up above this 40. Like every time you hear me saying, okay, we might be coming in neutrality, I'm looking for this to push up above here. And you can play it like that too, especially when you get a big sell-off. You can remain out of the market, not taking a position until the RSI pushes back up above here. That's a good way of doing that, especially once it deviates far away from it. So you do want to see it get pretty oversold. So down here was like at what, 14, 15, something like that. So that's pretty oversold. So when you get pretty deep into oversold territory, you can be looking for this to come back up above the 40. You can sit on your hands. Once it comes back up above the 40, then you can expect some sort of a nice move on it, right? So just like over here, we got down to 28, somewhere around 28. So as long as it's below 30, if it's below 30, I like it. So when it does get that move back up above the 40, you can see you get a nice push. Like you can sit on your freaking hands until you do that. At least start toying with the idea of it touching it. We'll be like back over here. What did it drop? Below 30. It fell below 30 over here. It got as low as what, 15 in here. Sit on your hands, let it come back up above 40. After that happens, look at that. right here. Oversold, below 30, well below 30. Great. This is what we want. You can stay out of the market looking for a long position until you see something like this. Like, you can have standards for why you want to enter the market, so you're not over trading. Wait for something like that. Look for it to get back into that 40 and run with it. Or even like here, like we were looking for the pullback in here. It came back down here to it. You just want to see it respected. So if you missed it and it just did that, you can be looking for a pullback and say, I'm going to get in where it respects it at. Just after it was very well oversold. Very, 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 very oversold. Not something like this where it was not even oversold. And then you're trying to get in on a back test. I don't like that. Yeah. Let it plummet and then look to get in on something like that. So you can do that. You can do that. Be like, I'm at support. I'm at support. I'm hanging out around this 40 because RSI is chilling up here. It's chilling. It just hasn't found that closing push up above here. You can just do that. Just set your RSI to look like that, where you only see your 40, you only see your 50, and you only see your 60 line, and that's it. So just like when you break down, where you break down typically is going to be around your 60. That's where you're going to see prices start to falter, just like right here. It's 60. Now this came back up and it got a spring off of a bear div. It's a bear div or spring, but anyway, it's gonna be a bear div, SFP or whatever. But yeah, it's gonna be somewhere around here. So basically, all this was telling you that these back tests, it was weakness. So all of this right here was just straight up weakness because you're not actually recovering your 60. It's just weakness through here. And then when you lose this, that's when you really start to newt. When you drop, you get down here around this 40, and you start dropping that 40. That's when you really start rolling over right at that 40. So it's like your return, like you're bearish when you break into your 60 and you start to leave neutral. Short. I'll take the short from in here first of all. It's like over here. Sometimes it'll just be a scalp. Sometimes it can just be that. But yeah, get some good opportunities. I just want to see what we were doing there. Because we're not actually regaining momentum until we're back above this right now. After all of that, you're not really gaining momentum until you're back above that. And you can see how I'd be ready to really run when it do that too. But you gotta have that closure too. I mean, you gotta have it. Like, you can jump in like I did because we're at support, and I can see us trying to keep holding this low. I'm just gonna cut it if we're not. If we're not. But it helps to know that just because you're here, your RSI is around 70 or 80, get out of the mindset that you need to short that. That's relative strength. That's why they call it the RSI. It's relative strength. Know when you're in your strong zone and when you're not. And when you're not in your strong zone, it's going to be below your 60. You're neutral. And then below your 40, happen, but I hope it's not happen, but I hope it's not Amazon acting a fool again because I don't have time for it. But it looks like the stream had blacked out on me for a sec there. So yeah, again, get it out of your head. Whatever you've been taught about indicators, you can come here and I can tell you some stuff that every video is regurgitating and they're wrong. So don't just think we're overbought. Don't just think we're oversold. Yeah, I want to be looking for positions somewhere around that, but it's not because we're overbought or because we're oversold. It's because we're coming back into a place of interest. Like some relative strength is entering or some relative weakness is entering. Let me reset my indicator. But, what was all of that? All right, let me check in on Ethereum. Same energy. Solana. Solana was holding up a lot better than Ethan and BTC anyway, so it's fine. Um, Bitcoin dominance has just been at a pause. It's really just been at a pause, which is cool. Got about 5 minutes now. I do want to see it get above here and close above here so we don't have the, the slight bear divvy in here. I mean, the next candle can open and invalidate it, but I don't want the little bear divvy in here. Let's see where we break our neckline. At least this entire time through here, MACD held above its signal line because you can see the delta stayed above the zero line in here too. So like I said, if it's willing, hopefully it does, where it's holding up on this yellow line, above this yellow line right here. I'd like to see that stronger push come in here for Bitcoin, at least until this gets into green. This is the one that keeps me in the market longer. The rest of them, they're gonna move around a lot. And this one is a high time frame moving average, like a 200 or something like that. So that'll keep me in here longer. So I like to put something like that on if you're using, like you can just overlay a high time frame moving average onto your RSI to just keep you from over trading and stuff like that. You just have to play around with it and find the one that works for you. Let's see if we have a zone in here. Yeah, we do have a range. We do have a range. Same thing is going to apply here with this daily time frame right here. Like, and where the signal line is sitting at too is right where I want to see the RSI actually break above. So again, that 40 right in there. So this blue signal line is sitting at 38.39. I really want to see the RSI push up above 40. Just like right here, 40. just like this sell off right here. Well, actually, you wouldn't have did that one. You would have been doing it from here. You would have been doing this one right here if you was using this 1 hour time frame. Let's see how else you would have did that. Probably would have just looked at the posture if you wanted to get in earlier at your resistance. Then looking at your posture. All right, so we're at the 50 right now in here. So hopefully we can get that invalidation of that bear div and we don't turn down from this 50. If we can get that, then we can be looking at our expansion to take place. And we'll see how we react once we can get a push up here into this momentum trend, this trend line right here, this one. And so right now, we don't want to see price come back below this candle. Now that we've done that, we don't want to see it come back below here. So I can tell you why I use these right here. It's kind of weird. Okay. I'm gonna hide this again because I don't really need that right now. All right, so we're getting our expansion. We're coming into our little, and you don't have to worry about trying to hit it exactly. So yeah, don't do that. Don't worry about hitting it exactly. But so far, that looks pretty good. So far. So I'm really glad I got to have that little educational moment, and you can see what I'm saying about like really getting oversold. And when you do that, you got to see momentum come back in, and just kind of like you can just sit it out, sit on your hands, and get that. Yeah, because you have a standard and you won't play it until your standard is met. Or just know that you're somewhere at a resistance point and you're able to cut it if it's going against your idea. Support. I think I said resistance but support. I can turn this on right here actually. Let's see our expansion for my Bollingers. So like I said, we were looking for that break to the upside. Unless for some reason we we were gonna sweep down here. And it really looked like it wanted to sweep and I was not gonna be happy with that. And with your Bollingers, you know you got a nice move when this one turns down, which is what I was showing you on gold. How on gold chart this one was still turned down on the daily and the weekly time frame. It's not until it actually turns up that maybe some sellers are possibly stepping in when it turns up. And if you were just using your Bollinger Band and nothing else, because I hear people say this all the time, like people who don't really understand indicators that much, and I do, because I go back and I study indicators a lot, and I will go back and I'll recreate those indicators too, just around my own understanding. But you can tell direction from Bollingers. You absolutely can. I was watching somebody's video yesterday, not naming names, but they were saying that you can't tell, and it's like, yeah, you can. You can tell. I don't even know if I don't know what John Bollinger's idea thought behind it is, but you can absolutely tell. You can tell by which side is moving the most. Which side is moving the most is really really important. Like who got the biggest drop at the moment or the last move. The last mover is usually the one where you can see has the the biggest rise or the biggest fall, and that would be like this one right here. So like how this turned down, and this angle is sharper than this one. So I know I'm looking for it to go up. This angle is sharper than this one, and this is turned down. I know I'm looking for prices to drop, especially like I said, when you turn up. As soon as this turns up from being turned out, this is the one. That's why a lot of times you'll see me drop the lines in here so I can catch the direction. So when you see those red, orange, blue, green lines in here, I'm trying to catch direction. So if I'm just using this, I can see that. So it's like, oh, okay. Some sellers might be, buyers, because this one turned down. Buyers might be stepping in when this top one turns in. Sellers might be stepping in when this one turns up, but it's not doing it right here. Like right here after it got an expansion, if it turns up, or when you get a drop down in here and it turns, it's a lot. I have to spend another day explaining it because I'm going to run through it and it's not going to make sense to you right now. but maybe we'll see it on screen today. All right, let me open this back up. I was about to turn it off, and then I realized I said maybe we'll see it on screen today. I just want to take some noise away from you. So I'm going to delete this one right here because we have broken and cleared that one. We're now at this one. And bear in mind that, I don't know, I think I drew this off the line chart. Okay, yeah, I didn't draw it off. I was thinking, not the line chart, the candle wicks. I did draw them off the candle wicks. Okay, so a little bit of resistance right here at this momentum line in here, or trend line. What's trend line? When I first clicked back over here on Blowfin, and it was showing me my P&L for this position, I was like, I know that's a lie. But it had to update. I was like, what the? I think we had like that 60 EMA that was sitting in here too. I'm gonna turn this off for just a second so I can look back at that. So I think that that is what we were also coming into contact with. Yeah. So the 60 EMA right here, um, giving confluence to the trend line that we draw right across here. And we did just break our double bottom little neckline in here. We'll see if what I explained to you earlier, if that'll happen right here. Because usually you'll start to see, like, if this price action comes back into this standard deviation 2, that's typically a point where you'll start to see this one curve, um, potentially curve up. Let's see. So gold is below that 26 right now. Hmm. This way. Put this on the daily. No, maybe I'm weekly. So I want it. So obviously, with this rejection right here at this trend line, we did not move into relative strength. As I was highlighting to you, you're going to go into relative strength um, above here. You can see that we pushed into it for a brief moment, but we did not. Candle still alive. Candle still alive. So we started to reject. Actually, this candle was still alive at the time. We started to reject back below it before the candle closed. So we did not move into relative strength just yet. We're still in neutral. Mm-hmm. It's pretty much the same across your altcoins too. Well, target one hit. What I prefer in an instance like this right here is to remain between 1 and 2. So the pullbacks is not a big deal, especially off of your first push outside of your band. But coming back, I really like to see it remain between this 1 and that. When it's really strong, that's what it'll do. Uh-oh. I thought I heard an accident outside. All right, everybody's okay. I think. Just heard some tires squealing and then it sounded like something got hit. I guess I'll know if some flashing lights show up. All right, let me see. Gold trying its best to hang on here, boy. It really is. Maybe it holds again today. And so far, it is really trying. I don't think it's going to hold up today. I think it's going to break market structure today. That's what I think. But it's still trying to hold at 26 at the moment. We'll see. So you can see how it's turning up. That's what I was saying to you. Usually it won't turn up until it price action comes back down below this. That's why a lot of times when you see price, like what I was showing you on gold, on the like what I was showing you on gold over here on your weekly time frame, it's still turned down because price isn't coming back to this standard deviation 2. It's not coming back to it, and it won't start to turn up until it does that because it's very, it's in a state of euphoric Sometimes that can represent exhaustion too, but right now it's euphoric because you can see how it has remained up above it. So until it comes back down into here and closes down into it, this is going to stay turned down. You start to change a bit, like kind of you can see in here how it started to change in here. Now here, I probably would have, based on this, I probably would have been looking for price to break down, but it still remained above the 20 SMA in here. So really have to be flipping over that. I think another Trump tweet came out right in there too. Something. If we're lucky, we'll hold here. We'll hold here, and then we'll look for it to stay in here like that. Just stay in between. Momentum. Like over here, just stay in it. At least to get up here. All right, bitty, bitty, bitty. Hopefully the stock market does pretty well. Um, S&P 500 or something like that. Hopefully today is a good day. I would like for that to be the case. I'm still sitting in that Nvidia position. It's been very dreadful. I was watching the video where he was saying that Nvidia was 100% out of China, and all the comments were, I hope it's not about to drop, because that was a big market for Nvidia. So who knows? It is Nvidia. So hopefully it recovers ground. It's trying to hold on right now. It's not even down a whole lot. For Nvidia is down. Even the stock is down. AMD is absolutely crushing it. Apple crushing it right now. Mm. What I like about this indicator is that it's not a lagging indicator by any stretch of the imagination. And these little triangles and stuff just shows me the point at which a candle closes back inside standard deviation 2. That's all. I could turn those off and I can see from the candle itself when that happens also, because the candle colors, when it's outside of standard deviation 2, at the lows, they'll be red and then they'll flip to gray. So you can see that at each one of these points, how the candle color changed. Same thing to the upside. This should be green. If I get another color, like this should be red here. If you haven't been here for this before, this should be red. Instead, it's green. That means that there's a discrepancy um, in the move. It's a discrepancy. And that's why the color happened. Just like you saw it right here where it flipped red. Um, there was some sort of a misalignment that took place. The calculation. And so the color will show up outside of the intended color. But once it breaks back below 2, it'll flip to gray. Yeah, so these don't have to be on. And so they're not, I'll just leave it in. I'll just leave it on. I just didn't want anybody to get the wrong idea about it. MACD still looks strong. Ouch. I was just reading over on Twitter how some people are upset with Trump over the Diddy. I don't know, I guess he's pardoning Diddy or something like that. I don't really know. And it's already the EP files. USDA. Why is De Niro trending? What did he do? Hmm. Anyway, he's trending. Right. So we're just coiling on this 15 minutes. That daily was getting really close to it was getting really close. It actually started down through here. And you can see where the delta is still light red throughout here. So it's still postured to the upside. So that's still nice. And then the MACD was trying to turn up. Of course, it was, yeah, it was posturing up as well for a short period of time. And the little signal line I have in here for it, it's getting really close to that. It's getting really close to it. But that's still not bad in here, at least not until it turns back dark red or something. And this is still not bad. And like I said to you on Friday, that was a weak low. Like I mean, we don't have any control over the market. but we can identify when the move is a weak move to the downside, whatever they were doing to get it down here, whatever, have no control over it. Still have to set the stop loss, but a weak low. Same way we've had several weak highs in here. This one right here wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. But we've had several weak highs. And that was a weak low. So maybe we can inverse. That would be great if we could get an inverse right here. I would like to see this start to drop or something. We're not getting that. We just got sideways consolidation throughout here. Just sideways consolidation. Could be walk off. Could be. Oh, I see the blue lights out there now. So apparently there was an accident. Heard the tires squeaking, squealing, on street, and it sounded like something got hit. It's like traffic kept moving, so I wasn't really sure. But yeah, see those blue lights out there now. Hopefully everyone is okay. It has finally started to get chilly here in Georgia. Finally, a little chill. Depends on where you live, how you define it. Chilly. It was like 60 degrees yesterday, and that's cold. That is cold. Yeah, it's only like 46 right now. So, yeah, we got coats on out here. 46 might feel good to you. Wherever you're from, you might be used to it. Not here. It's different. And it's supposed to rain today. There's the sirens. So like I said, hopefully everyone is okay. Let me see what kind of garbage this is over here. Um, okay, never mind. All right, so we're still coiling inside this little range in here. Again, I want to see it hold in between this SD1 and SD2 and push up, breaking this trend line here. With the worst case scenario being coming back to the 20, which I don't care for. So, yeah, I would not like this at all. But maybe somehow price could still maintain by sweeping the liquidity from this candle. I would just prefer it. Yeah, if we could just hold here, that'd be great and bounce away. Oh boy. Mm-hmm. See, we're at 53. So yeah, losing this will put us under 50. I'm so sleepy. And I did get some pretty good sleep last night. Well, I went to sleep rather early. And then I ended up waking up around 1:30. And I've been up ever since 1:30. So maybe I didn't get the good sleep I needed. I think I laid down about 9 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, so I am tired. All right, gold still chopping about, hanging out around the golden pocket. Those highs, just figured I'd give an update on that. These are the two most interesting assets at the moment. Well, I don't know if I want to call Bitcoin a commodity or not, but yeah, gold and Bitcoin. Physical gold and digital gold. The guy that I was listening to from this video this morning, he said something that was, I mean, it was just real talk. He was saying that you really need to own physical gold, which paper gold is fine, but when push comes to shove, you want to at least have some physical gold. Like, don't let all of it be on paper. And he was like, holding he's like holding gold on paper is like holding a picture of a gun when you need it. And I was like, whoa, that's deep. That is true. Holding gold on paper is like holding a picture of a gun when you need it. It was like, I mean, they can deny you, like any bad situation can pop off. You're not getting to that paper. You're not getting to that goal you got on paper, likely. Nobody's taking the time to go in a vault and get you gold. And when you need uh, that capital, it has stood the test of time. That's for sure. So gold is quite interesting. Bitcoin, quite interesting. And got into quantum computing and all of that good stuff as well. It almost feels like American citizens are putting themselves back on the gold standard. And it's so simple to do too. If we really had to have something to back the dollar, you know, gold and staples, Bitcoin. Let's see where Fib will put us at. I'm gonna draw it off of this one. So that's about what I'm looking at. It depends on where we hit this trend line at. If we did it from the next, no, we're not going to get that kind of color candle. I was leaning more towards a few more candles out here. That seems about right because I'm looking at these lows throughout here. great rotation. Let's see. It is the choppiest that daily chart has been. That is for sure. That is the choppiest gold's daily chart has been. So yeah, like going all the way back to 2024 didn't even have that kind of chop. I'm not seeing that chop anywhere else except for where we are right now. And I could zoom out for years right about now. I'm not seeing that. This is the first time right now, first time seeing this much of these big body candles just chopping on top of each other right here in gold. Mm-hmm. I haven't even looked at silver or looked at some of those rare earth material stocks that I was looking at. I ended up selling the silver position that I had on Friday. I didn't have enough of it anyway for it to make a difference in my life. So before it decided it wanted to sell off, and I did mention on stream that I was probably going to sell it, and I did. After I got off, I just went ahead and sold it. I had the ETF anyway. A lot of people are looking for that to pump, so I do need to look at the chart. I might make that my. I need to look at copper and a couple of other ones too. Thinking about doing a video on Chainlink, which has had an eventful month here for October, and I think the same applies to next month as well. Let's see more ambulances, some more. I hope everybody's okay out there. I don't think it takes that many ambulances. Come on, Betty. It's really looking like our momentum is starting to slow down right in here. I mean, maybe it's just the volatility that's cooling off instead of the momentum. RSI looks fine above this point right here. It's not, it's not showing a bearish signal in here. A little cloud cover right there, but I still think that this looks fine through here. At least until we get back up into here. It doesn't stop price from coming down, but at least until this moves into here. Volatility is the thing right now. It's not moving with price action. But you just stay inside this pocket. That's all I need for it to do. I could move this trend line to here. I'll just see how it reacts if we do manage to push up through here, because right now, still got that 60 EMA. So I could really do it like that. We want to be above here. And I think the other situation was right in here. Yeah, actually I'm just going to draw it from back here. Other situations right in here, something. Oh. I hope that's not it. I hope that won't be the situation. You can see that. Nah. We got time. That's a little premature of me drawing that. I'm just saying. I'll do it like that though. Just to see. Let's see where we're at in that moment. Um, so we're trying to get into that relative strength zone again. If we do that, then it'll set me a little bit more at ease. This is actually what I'm going to do in this situation. I'll put this back like I was looking at it for the time being. And I'm just going to focus on from this pivot in here to what's down below. So I can just make this a little bit bigger. I need to have something on the chart for you. I will stick with that. Turn these little triangles off. I need to rename that because they're actually not buy sell signals. And we do have pretty solid resistance right here. Mm, People still trading MYX. Actually, I don't even look at that thing anymore. You can see how every time we get up here, we don't cross. I just don't want it to keep doing this. I just don't want it to keep doing what it did all across through there. I just don't want that to become like a rejection point. Mhm. I think I might actually go ahead and move this on to there. Really hate for that to be the situation. I'm sorry that I just had to take that away. I really hate for that to be the situation. Ethereum's holding up pretty decent. Solana continues to hold up pretty good. See cash just back at the resistance in here. If it keeps hammering at it, maybe it can break it. Maybe. I do need some candle color because that is just boring for me. I need something other than just looking at black. Green and red. All right. So again, hopefully this is not the case. Hopefully it's not the case that price action actually pushes up into here and starts to put in like a head and shoulder formation in here. I'm not expecting that, but I don't want to rule it out. So just know that that could be a probability, a possibility in here. That probably would match up with this trend line in here too at some point. That could match up with that. A little bit of weakness in here right now, around here with known resistance right here. We can see it from the EMA ribbon in here. And we have known resistance there. Multiple rejections right here. So do want to see your RSI get above 60. to at least push price action into relative strength to get more of a move up. After that, it doesn't matter really until it comes back down at 60. Yeah, resistance, and you start to see it start to turn a little bit. Then, you know what's up. Um, just keep showing weakness in here. So that's basically what I'm looking at right now. 4 hour. I mean that still looks relatively nice in here so far. Really just need to hold what we were talking about in here. Let's see, that 107.2 actually made sense with this. No, you don't want to come back down here to these lows, period. Yeah, you really don't want that. And if it did happen, yeah, I really wouldn't want to see that, because then that could actually validate the possibility of that being what I mentioned earlier, something like that. That could actually, if we do that, because this would be considered to be the neckline right through here. Mhm. So I wouldn't want that on the 4 hour. It don't look bad right here though. I just wouldn't want to see that. Hmm. You'll really only be able to really see it off of that 15 minute or maybe 30 or something like that. Like you can partially see it right here. So if I did, what was I looking at earlier? No, I don't need that trend line. Yes, remove it. Let me just see something. No, no, this is not going to be all the way correct. Because So I'm just going to do it off of this, somewhat off of that line. I just wanted to see. So if it did, it's a pretty even line through here to be able to say that. So basically taking the liquidity from yesterday, if it did play out. No, this is from Friday. The liquidity from Friday. So 3 days. Yeah, and there is a pool of liquidity right below that too. Let's see what that is. Yeah, I'm not looking in there. Let's see. I can see the liquidity that's up here. I don't really see it down here, but I'm pretty sure, you know, it's wherever you pivot at anyway. If something like that did happen, which would make sense in my opinion. Um, maybe yeah. That's just an if then, if this then that. That's all that is. Just an if this then that. So if it does create like this head and shoulder formation where that measure move would be, and apparently it does take out the liquidity in here, if that happens, not that it will happen. The 4 hours still looks good as long as, I mean, there is liquidity in here. It's just below here, maybe even tapping back here into this 106.6, 601, maybe just tapping back into that. Uh, if need be. Otherwise, it is still within, well, standard deviation 1 and 2, where you can just use your EMAs or something like that, and uh, where your 10 is. I still above the 10, and the 26. I do still love those, and it would be no different. And at least you can see where uh, this resistance. Turn that noise off. The light price just rejected off of that 26. I'm sorry, the 60 EMA. Yeah, the 200 sitting in here too. You can't see it, but it's from a different type of moving averages sitting right here too. I guess this 200 would be my concern. This 200, not the other one. But if it does get through here, maybe like I said, it has a hard time in here. And I know if it gets there, I'm going to take profit right there. And it looks like it's not confirmed anything yet. That's the MACD crossing above the zero line. Yeah, I think I'm going to TP on that. I know this cannot be correct. They have to be kidding me. Okay, I appreciate that. Switch. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take profit on that. All right. I still got one more account open with the trade. I'm gonna focus on that one now. Blast the clean up to that one. That's good. It stays up here, then that's all right. 6 more minutes. If it comes back down below it, you probably got problems. Maybe. The standard deviation 1 is going to be right here where this white one is. That's your 10 EMA. They're basically the same. But it is euphoric right now. So if it stays, that worked. That's good. That worked. Just don't want that. Just don't want that. And you can see how anytime you're in euphoria, how it turns out like that. Finally got above it though. That's good. It's still there. A little bit bearish. A little bit bearish. You gotta be looking all the way out here, but it's still. Uh, it's different. I can drop this now because that's no longer really relevant. I want to stay above here now. Again, above your standard deviation. One. So we broke this now. Let's drop that one. So that's a pretty decent long this morning. Kicked off just in time on stream. So that was good. We were at least what, an hour in, at least before it actually started to break here. Who was looking at it holding support through here? I think we came and started stream. It was somewhere in here, maybe. This candle. No, this candle right here. Maybe. See what that did for my little account over here. Yeah, took it up a little bit. That's great. Be looking for the next opportunity, which won't happen again for me until we really get oversold again. I have to really get oversold. I have to be down below 30. I have to be down below 30 for sure. But I still got one of this position still open just in case. I took it twice. I still got one open. We are in relative strength though. Until we're not. But we are in relative strength. Just that possible head and shoulder. Killing me. And again, if we're coming back into this right here, I don't know if I want to use that. I just want to stay in here. Whatever we doing, just stay in there. No discrepancy, but just stay in there. That's your zone. That's your strong momentum zone. It is 8:30 in the morning and I'm craving pasta. Pasta. Spaghetti sauce. Hmm. That's what I feel like today. Pasta. Pasta and a glass of cab. And watch a movie. I need to exercise though. We're back to slowing down right here. Bollinger still looks well, not the Bollinger. I meant the MACD still looks fine right here. That still looks okay. We stay outside of one. I mean two. We stay outside of two. That's gonna be better. That'll give me some hopium that we don't get stuck at this point, or even get here and reject and get pushed back up under it. That would still be, you know, a shoulder. That could still be a shoulder. But that 4 hour, you just need to bank on your 4 hour. I'm telling you, if the 4 hour breaks up through here, it's coming up here. It's doing this. And then everybody who made them videos this morning that was super bearish, they'll be back today saying we so back. We so back. That's all they'll say. We're back. If 4 hour just doing this would be a starter. But that liquidity is sitting up here. And I know that this, turn this one red. Turn these off over here. Do want to be back up on that, but turn those ones over here. Turn this on green. I need to get a picture of some hopium slippers. Put it in here. I don't think I have any slippers in here. I got some feet. pizza. And there's the pasta. Ooh, noodles. Oh crap. Yeah, I got some mushrooms I need to eat with my noodles. I'm hungry, as you can tell. And I had breakfast. I did have breakfast, but I'm hungry. I don't see any slippers in here either. We don't have any slippers. Hold on. Hold on. We got some slippers. These are some ugly shoes. Look at these shoes. Yeah, I can go with these hopium slippers. Ballerina shoes. These are going to be our hopium slippers. All right. Can I change their color? I can't. That's the hopium. Yep. All right, we stand above that. All right, we stand in euphoria. We're staying in euphoria in the relative strength zone. Relative strength zone. Let's see. Let's see. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna be tapping out here at 9. I know you guys have other YouTubers you're probably running off to or whatever. Please be sure you hit the like button. If you enjoy any of the content, if you were here from the beginning, you heard me say about the loan. I gave a little education on sitting on your hands and also just waiting for this break right here to get long. And I have been through um, in here walking you all the way through this what we're looking for, what we're trying to hold, that and the third, even a little bit of Bollinger stuff in here, okay? So hit the like button. I'm giving you more than a one percenter, okay? More than a one percenter. And what you can look for going forward to kind of help you out in your journey, whether you're long or short, all the information shared applies. And it helps grow the channel. Also, really trying to get subs up to 2,000. If we could just do that, that would be great. I think the channel has been growing slowly. Just want to get it up to 2,000 right now, so that is going to be the goal. I'm gonna have to make that a message here. So, and it helps if you hit the like button. So you can move the goalpost up as your standard deviation 1 moves up, or if you're using your EMAs as your 10 moves up, right? You can move the goalpost up and not really focus on this too much at the moment. But this is the point where you actually entered into your relative strength zone, okay? And again, you want to be cautious. If you see something like that, you want to be cautious. You can also see it from up here, and it'll still be the same situation where we have the golden pocket at right up here. I think it's like right around where this little low is right here. So you can also see how your momentum shifted in here off of this momentum shifted right here. So you can't really see it from here because if you had to draw a trend line, maybe you would go across the low here and then go across and connect from here to here. But you're using this right here, so it's basically the same thing. As you can see with that, that's the same thing. Mm-hmm. Just looking at Solana, looks like it's about to break a critical level. Could be right here. So see that momentum break right there. All right. Again, we broke that ascending momentum that we picked up in here. Still within standard deviation 1 and 2, which is pretty good, and still holding in relative strength at the moment as well. So, not truly confirmed just yet. Don't even have that candle close right there. But like I said, this it has the potential of being a rejection zone. Um, for a pullback, but as long as we respect the levels that we need to respect, then 4 hour may go higher. Might go higher. Under 60, we could be. Under 60, we know we'll be back in neutral. If you were looking to hedge or take a short position, that is something that I would do if I was taking shorts. And then you could cut it if you came back up like it did over here. If that ended up being the case. But it was an opportunity for a short right here. And then a confirmation again would be breaking back below here, breaking back down below that 60 there. Mm-hmm. Check back in on gold before I jump out of here. All right, so that breakdown is happening on gold. Like I said, it was chopping quite a bit. We'll start over here on this one right here. So you can see what we're hitting at right now, which is going to be one of the first times it's coming back down here into standard deviation one here on your daily time frame. And if you didn't get a chance to watch that video, it's a 5-minute video. That's why it's called Take 5. It's a quick insight, tell you everything you need to know. All right. And then when it really starts to get wild at is if it breaks below here. Okay. If it breaks below here, be looking, you know, for some more continuation in here. Like, yeah. This is one of the first times it's come back down into here. So that's your daily, and then back over here on your 15-minute, it did break this golden pocket 786 in here, and you can see how we had the this was from the 4-hour right here. So this is when you came back inside with your head and shoulder formation here on your 4-hour time frame. So um, that's what these lines in here are. I'll explain that. And then of course your rejection box right here, because you did like a little SFP here of the high over here. You weren't managing to get above there at that point. That was it. That was it for you right there. Head and shoulder and breakdown. And then of course over here, what I mentioned is price action had been respecting the blue line in here, no longer respecting it. You know you're doing something different. You got to change your behavior at this point. Plus the double top, first time that the 4-hour time frame actually got that. So then we're just looking forward to dropping here and break this neckline, and you can be looking for a potential move down here. Be looking for a potential move back down here to the bottom of this ascending wedge in here. If the volatility is there to take it down that low. Be back down in here. It hadn't. I guess you want to see how you react around here, but even at that point, you're going to be breaking this neckline. You probably look for some sort of a reaction there, potentially a lower high in there, and then a continuation down. That's gold cooling off. That's gold. We did that on the 1 hour. Remember, we did it on the 1 hour back over here where it got that double right here. But on this drop right here, it actually put in like an inverse. So yeah, it's rolling now. It's rolling. It's rolling. And you're probably, looking at this. Oh, it looks like you might be outside the standard deviation one. I meant two. Outside of standard deviation two right now with an aggressive move down. Yeah, you are. See, outside with an aggressive move down. You can just drop your little trend lines across here too. See if you ever get a break of momentum. But otherwise, you're going to be looking for this to stay contained and continue with that rollover. Especially if you see something like price, let's just say it bounces, you see price bounce up from here. Let's say it bounces up off of here, and then it comes back up. It can be somewhere in here. I'm just going to keep it neutrally to, I'm not going to put it above that candle because that would be different. And it started to do something like this right here. Then you would be looking for this standard deviation 2 here to turn out. If you'll see it turn out, like it'll start doing it. Like even if it pushes up into here, it'll start to roll over. You see this rolling, turning down? That's bearish. You see that turning down. In the process of price action being down here around it, that's going to be bearish. But and I'm getting ready to get out of here. I knew it was going to happen too when I looked in here. See how we got the cloud cover. I will keep this yellow one on from time to time. And keep the yellow one on. You see that break below your relative strength zone, and it was already showing weakness on the push up because it wasn't going higher than this high. So obviously it was going to roll over, and that was just a good short for gold. It was just a good short for gold. And once it starts breaking below here, bye bye, gold, bye bye. Now I might look back at this at some point, especially if it starts to get really oversold in here. I'll be looking for it to come back up, but it got to be well under 30. I'll be looking for it to come back up that 40, and that might be an entry. That definitely breaking down. All right. And your Bitcoin rejection up here, our line we had drawn out, expecting that we could possibly, it's not over yet, but we are beneath here, so that we're not in relative strength anymore. We're not. So like I said, you could have taken a hedge position or something like that because of that reason. You could have, and like I said, if it wants to break back into relative strength, you can cut it, or you can invalidate it somewhere in here, especially if you get a bear diff. I don't think we can move these type of order that has zero good. The item's $25, discounts $25. We can't do anything, right? You really know what your chances are if it doesn't hold in here, the standard deviation 1. You really know what your chances are of it trying to come back up. If it looks like it's going to hold there. Oh, 30 days. It actually does. It comes out 30 days easier. Because we want to make sure that it does get canceled. What's today's date? Today? Okay, no, what keep? Yeah, if that's the case, keep an eye on this particular date, and then see if it actually cancels out. Because we want to minimize, because these stuff here, man, like when the holiday comes up, the management, like caution, they're looking for some errors, and we don't want the report to be showing, like 100, 200. So whatever we cannot do, we need to make sure that it is in fact cancelable, and that if not, then Sheree and her team care team needs to be aware of it to close it out and follow the process and cancel it. So yeah, basically these much. Oh, I did it. I did it the other day. And again, it was the volatility. When we looked at it earlier, it was the volatility that was giving us the bear diff. Not relative strength, but volatility. Make sure that some of these stuff, getting canceled. Hey, what about this one here? This skew. I see this before in the past. It's clear. Okay. Hey, if you need help, let me know as well too. you can just manually, like, if we need to, I'll jump in as well too. I'd be glad to help out, especially like a holiday time or whatever. Just let me know, and then we can meet up and say, hey, you do from so and so number. All right. With that said, I'm gonna call it a day. I really do appreciate you for stopping by to hang out with me. I'll catch you on the next episode of Take Five. I will be putting in some updates on CoinMarketCap and X today because I know I didn't post anything yesterday. There was really nothing for me to update on. I'll do something on gold and I'll do something on Bitcoin. As far as Ethereum is concerned, pretty much the same thing as Bitcoin. And like I said, if you followed what I taught you today on, turn this off. You follow what I was talking to you today about in here on your RSI, that would have been your short call right there. In this candle right here, somewhere probably about midpoint, it looks like that would have been your short call right there on Ethereum. If you wanted to get short, if you wanted to get short. Yeah, it's trying to come back up 50. I don't know what this actually looks like inside of the Bollinger. Okay, so it's sideways. It's not even sideways. You haven't broken out from the squeeze or whatever consolidation you have going on in here. Let me see if there was anything else in here that hinted at a squeeze, potential break to the upside squeeze. Nothing really. Yeah, so you never really got like an expansion like where these where your where's that thing at? This brush right here. Where your standard deviations did like this. Like your Bollingers didn't do that. You can see that. They didn't do that. So you didn't get you didn't get an impulsive move. So that would have been you on that short. Just that coming back below that 60. And then let me see what you would have had on Solanza. You would have had the same situation here on Solana. This is what Bitcoin was. How you were seeing the divergence here on the on volatility, but not on momentum. But once he started breaking below here, you know, there you go. There you go. And I saw that coming a mile away with all the signals on. All right. So, yeah. Did that person go? Huh? Yeah. Same thing with Bitcoin. So, what did I say? Oh, what did I say? What did I say? Oh, boy. That's what I said. Is that what you did? All right. I'm going to drop that one. I don't need that one anymore. Nice little reaction bounce right there. From this regression line here on the RSI. And then we probably need to. I won't be interested in entering again until I see oversold again with the potential of breaking back up 40. All right. With that said, you can go. You can do that as well. I am still in the second long that I have in here. I haven't closed that one out yet because I did manage to get it right here. So I'm good on that. The other one I did close out, and I told you I was going to close that out once we got right here because we had the potential of putting in a head and shoulders in here. Well, I mean, it's cold free, so it's not really. But if the 4 hour maintains its, standing, if the 4 hour, the hopium slippers are up here. Just whatever our 4 hour decides to do. That's a 15-minute, that's faster volatility. A little bit slower in here, okay? A little bit slower in here. And in here, we're still in neutral, okay? We're still in neutral in here. It's taking him so long, it's like he should have, it's already cold freeze in October 1st, right? So
really, they're not gonna be pushing anything out to probably January next year. That's why I don't know why Ganesh takes so long. Hopefully we don't have that particular issue more on,
All right. With that said, I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Since I didn't get a chance to stream yesterday, I will be streaming tomorrow. All right. See you at 5 a.m. And I'll also see you again in messages. Coin Market